I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just for the record, it was 6 o'clock. I called that meeting to order. All right. Deb, are you prepared to do the oath of office for Mr. Lindrith Wall?
Yes,
our
I am.
Director for District D.
Up to our podium here.
You have somebody.
Cynthia's one.
Oh, always Cindy is good.
So let's have you stand right here. And you can face me.
He's not nervous.
Welcome to the board, Mr. Wall. Let's see here. I, Lindrith Wall, Senior, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully perform the duties of the office of school director as required by law and will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Colorado, and the laws made pursuant thereto. Thank you. Now you sign. And then once we go sign here, this is the affidavit of confidentiality. Sign. Yes. And I am the notary that will notarize. Thank you. It's not easy to be a volunteer. Can we get a round of applause?
We want to thank you and congratulate you for making our one school board. Very pleased. Thank you.
That was here. Yep.
Check your pictures. We have
We're all on the thing.
several.
Deb, can you establish quorum?
Are the board members all logged in?
No, I haven't.
I am.
Everybody's good. Everybody's present. Monica said she would not be able to come tonight because of the weather. Mr. Wells, if you need to log on after the executive session, that's probably fine.
I will have to be on those.
I'm at 23. I'm good.
Okay. Okay, moving on, we would like to read the motion. The executive session.
I make a motion that we go into executive session through the CRS 24-6-402, 2, 4, B, E, and F. I would like to invite the board, Mr. Burris and Ms. Eldridge.
You also have the lawyer on standby if he needs to be.
Okay, and we'll have the lawyer if we need him. Need a second.
Second. Sorry.
Okay, so it's.
I'm going to call this out because I didn't make it an action item on the agenda.
Can I do something really quick?
Sure.
Sherry, go ahead. I'm sorry, Miss Wright, go ahead and read the last two lines or to discuss positions relative to,
Oh, okay. The executive session is to receive legal advice regarding superintendent contract, to discuss positions relative to negotiations and to advise negotiators, and to evaluate the superintendent's performance.
Ready? Wells,
Aye.
Rice,
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
I'm doing it out of order, sorry.
For me. Aye.
Hart,
Aye.
Frazier,
Aye.
Wall. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we will exit our regular board meeting at 6:06 to convene into an executive session. back into our regular board meeting at 7:11. We entered executive session at 6:09 and adjourned that meeting at 7:08. No decisions were made. We will get back to our agenda. Can I have get a motion to set the agenda?
I'll make a motion to set the agenda.
Did that second one?
Exactly, yes.
Online voting is now available. Do you see it, Mr. Wall? Oh,
Oh, wait, my outfit.
Mine's not coming up, Deb.
Says my authentication to the server has been lost. Log
I
back
got
in.
mine.
I'm back on. Yep.
I'm not either.
okay. Mr. Frazier, are you able to?
Mine's locked up, but
How do you
I'll
vote,
vote
Mr.
yes. I'll vote yes.
Ms. Hart,
Yay.
Ms. Noyes,
Aye.
motion passes.
And I would like to thank everybody for this.
Yes, thank you.
These wonderful plaques and goodies, and thank you. It was a nice surprise. Okay, approval of the minutes of December 13th, 2022 work session.
I move to accept the minutes from the December 13th work session.
Second.
Online voting is now available.
Why did all of those change it?
See what it says. The server's been lost. No, I can still get everything.
Authentication's been lost.
Hang on now, for some
Just
reason.
that one.
What?
I just
had it in there, but I can't get into the meeting.
Did you?
Oh, lock me out, that's why.
You need to vote on this one.
Yeah, Ms. Hart, how do you vote?
I,
Mr. Rice, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Wall?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
No. Approval of the minutes of the December 13th, 2022 board meeting.
Can I,
Oh, go ahead.
can I have just a moment?
Yes.
So, Ms. Wall, you weren't here at the last one. And so since you weren't here to develop the minutes, probably what you do should do with the minutes to stay from that one.
Oh, I can change that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
But no, we're good. Why we do what we do here.
Thank you.
I make a motion that we accept the minutes for December 13th, January 3rd, and for the special meeting, January 3rd for the work session.
Second.
Deb, can you do that all in one vote,
Uh,
or do you have to do them separately? Okay.
Online voting is available.
I'm sorry, I didn't think about you. I was just going, let's move this along.
Mr. Wall, do the same thing on this one.
You voted yea, did you meant to? Okay, I got it. And then Ms. Hart, how do you vote?
I,
Thank you. Motion passes.
Are you good for us to move on to reports? Or you, okay, you're good. Okay. Okay, item 5A, celebration reports. Do we have any celebration reports?
We're back in school and I'm very thankful for the snow.
Mm,
There you go.
Um, Let's see, I think,
I talked about this in the work session, but thank you for all the maintenance guys getting that middle school building up and going again. I was in there for basketball practice Monday and Wednesday this week, and then I tell you, I had to step outside. It was so warm. Boiler
Boiler's working.
yeah.
working.
Good.
Quick turnaround on that.
It was a fast one.
I don't know how many of you all get the what do you want, the announcements from the high school? But they're constantly like highlighting, I guess, the kids that are getting scholarships or accepted to colleges. And so
Right.
that's starting to get starting to ramp up quite a bit with all these kids getting their acceptance letters. And so that's I always like to see which kids, you know, where they're headed, where all they've been accepted. So that's been fun for me to watch.
Yes.
So we have a special celebration tonight. It's the School Board Recognition Month. For appreciation for all that you volunteers do for us. And we had the maintenance crew pull flags that had flown in classrooms from Manal. And so those flags look a little tattered and torn, a little abused, but they've been pledged to several times.
Aw.
yeah, that's
We
neat.
have
That's
for each of you. And then we also have a new boardroom flag that came out of Manal too.
Nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I do see you have our other flag displayed very nicely in the box
Yes.
that was donated.
I believe the case was donated by Ms. Wright.
Nice. Nice. Well, thank you very
Items will
much.
move to the new boardroom and get it done.
Mhm.
Thank you. Mhm. I don't know if it's been a month since, but I did go to the high school band and choir concert. And that was pretty phenomenal. That was nice. They do a good job as well.
I went up tonight to watch the wrestling, but I only got to watch one match. They didn't start until like 5:20. Got to watch one match and they had to come down here, so
Oh,
I didn't see very much.
I'm
Saw
sorry.
2 forfeits, but that was it.
You know, Cynthia and I were at, I know for sure at the try in Dolores with Cortez, Monticello and Dolores. Yep. Any other celebrations? Like to welcome Mr. Linda Wall. That's a celebration.
That's a great celebration.
Hey. All right. Student student representation words. Do you have anything, Tana?
Yeah, I actually have a little bit of stuff tonight. Girls basketball had a game against Miller. Away game. I don't know if that went. I know wrestling is starting up, and I know the girls basketball game, they have the next home game this Tuesday.
Okay. Tuesday. Okay. Did we find out who won the door, but the pod door decorating? I didn't see, because I know that was the same day, I think, that the boiler went
It
down.
was, I just
And they
received my
still have it.
email saying that it was still on until the next day. So,
Okay,
Big survey.
oh, the big surf way, okay, I did see that, I just didn't know if that was, okay. Very cool. Okay. All right, superintendent's report.
Good evening, board. Happy New Year. It's been officially over a month since we've gotten together. Congratulations to Mr. Wall. Appreciate having you on.
Thanks.
It's gonna be fun. February 21st board meeting is going to be a lot of fun. I've never seen a moderated board meeting, but that's what we're going to do. And we're going to basically say, this is why we do what we do during the board meeting. Like, why do I recommend the president will read something and say, I recommend that we approve this. And why do I do that? And so it'll all be in that discussion. It's going to be twofold. It's going to do sportsmanship training and protocols in a board meeting, as well as we will educate the community and audience on why we do what we do in a meeting. It's going to be a good time. Brad Miller's going to be here, and he'll throw in some of the legal advice, and should be fun. Recently, I've had some difficulties with the relationship with BOCES. I'm looking at the possibility of running our own special ed services department, and I will keep you updated as far as those situations. And then I just want you to know that we employ all the teachers and paras, but the ancillary staff is employed by BOCES. Dr. Christian Northup has completed more data reports for us. We have those. I think, Jim, you're going to lead a data discussion, am I right?
There's going to be some talk, yeah.
Okay, that's good. And I'll jump in with you. That'll be fun. Jim and I will be doing those presentations. As you know, February 17th, we have Elena Gallegos coming with Walsh Gallegos, and I talked to Elena. Elena actually was a teacher in Colorado at one time, and now she's a lawyer. But anyway, she is going to be here to do training with all the principals, and I've done this far enough. I'm looking at you guys now. I've done this far enough out that everybody's going to be there, all the assistant principals. I have also invited Dove Creek, Dolores, and Mancus to join us. And I met with Nikki Crawley, and I have a grant from the Lore Foundation to pay for it. So this is really good. It's a really good deal. Thank you to Deb Ramsey. Your organization, your Christmas party was phenomenal.
Yeah.
I met with Judge First and Judge
First.
okay, today, and Judge Clue, and we're figuring out how we get kids into court. You're going to have to, by resolution, designate me as the district coordinator for that at the next meeting, so that I can actually, or we can actually serve papers on kids to go to court. We have to serve them. And this is one of the legal steps we're going to have to take. I put on here, I had no new conversation about the play structure, but I have as of today, the one at the middle school. And my concern is we've got a play structure that's not operable, and we've got 2 sets of play structures at the other schools that we're getting some pressure on. And I just said today, until the one at the middle school is done or good plans are in place, we're not proceeding forward with the other 2. And of course, you know, I used to be a salesman in the oil field. Impending loss, you know, we're going to lose the funding, we're going to lose the prices, whatever. My position is we need to get that play structure fixed, and we're going to put some pressure on it. I attended the DAC January 3rd, had good conversations with Monica Blue afterwards about attendance and parent engagement and the connection there. We missed the last student, the superintendent's advisory, but the next one I'm going to try to finalize the calendar. And fortunately, in the calendar, it looks like Jim built in enough days that today we're okay. I hope it doesn't snow anymore to where we have to cancel school. So thank you, Jim. Yeah, everybody's going to cheer on that one. I even said it. Board, we need to talk about a retreat and when to do the retreat. We need to discuss the strategic plan, the superintendent's covenants, BOCES, student data, life skills, new wings program. We have some options out there that I found in the last month that may help us. CASB has let us know that they will be hosting 4 different dates, and in your board docs, you've got that flyer, and we need to decide on some dates to go to Denver and go to the legislature.
And we have a lot to petition for
You know,
on 1101.
yes, 1101. Just very clearly, 1101 is about return to work people, which I am one. And they have dropped the limitations on
Bus
teachers,
drivers,
bus
teachers,
drivers,
cooks.
cooks. They're going after paraprofessionals, nurses, and I hope Barbara McLaughlin can add administrators. So we're gonna go do what we can do.
Don't politic.
Thank you again for the support and encouragement, guys, and board. Thank you. And
So I have some questions on your.
Yes, ma'am.
report. And I don't know if now's the proper time or if you want to wait till the retreat, but when I was reading this, I jotted down some things. So CPI training, that is a BOCES job.
BOCES
And do we, are all of our parents take it? Everybody that is working with a special ed student?
I believe everybody that's working, Ms. Elbridge, you can help me with that. I think everybody is trained that are working with our special needs kids, yes.
And so the money that we give BOCES pays for it, correct?
No, ma'am, there's another charge in the TBI training. It's $45 again. $45 a participant.
Well, I guess there's an elephant in the room then. So what do we pay BOCES for? We pay the pairs. We pay for the CPI training. Help me.
We actually, Cynthia did send a inquiry to BOCES about that. And the training of the trainers is very expensive. It's like $4,000 per person.
Okay,
So to recoup some of that expense, the districts are charged the $45. We actually looked at it, and this goes back many years. So,
well, I guess just as a passing statement, thank you for being our superintendent, bringing this to our attention because we did not know it in the past.
Okay.
You had mentioned that you wanted to do a special ed audit. Is that still going on? And what does that entail?
yes, ma'am. I'm looking to find somebody that will come in and look at an audit. And I've been through special ed audits before. And typically somebody comes in either from CDE or the Public Education Department in New Mexico or an outside person or people. And they typically look at 10% of the IEPs and follow those back, read them and make sure that all of the elements of that was the RTI performed, when was the request for evaluation, when did they get staffed in, the IEPs were accurately measuring the evaluation, and then the staffing of the people or the kids in the classroom is effective with pairs that we have.
So it's a random?
It is.
10%?
Mhm.
Okay. Grapevine. Okay, I'm going grapevine. I have no idea if this is factual. That we had a psychologist make the statement that they were going to hit our Native American students hard.
Right.
Will this pick that up?
I hope that it would if that actually happened.
I like I said, grapevine. It's all grapevine on what I'm
Right.
hearing. Let's say that we have a student on special, in special ed. And they don't need to be. What do we do then?
If that's determined by, we'd have to go back to the IEP committee and we would have to actually staff those kids out. I've been in IEPs where kids were staffed out. And if you do the same amount of evaluation, you do the same amount of, because the idea for special ed is that you have kids in and you get them caught up and then you staff them out and they perform.
They're not supposed to be in there permanently.
You know, we do have those kids.
Well, we always
The
have an
high needs.
exception to the rules, yeah.
Yeah,
But
the idea
the
is,
dream is that you get them in, you work with them and get them out.
right.
Okay,
So that audit should show us that.
another thing.
Okay.
We have students in our district that are not. We have special ed students in our district that do not belong to our district.
Correct.
Do we get paid for that?
We actually do. I signed contracts at the beginning of the year for students who come from other districts. And it was pretty early in my tenure and I signed them. So what is not being taken into account with that is that there's some of those kids that have one-on-one aides or whatever, and we're paying for the aid. And if we get a PPOR, which is $9,300, it's 9,300 versus 40,000.
So it's 40,000 for a para,
With
And we're getting-
benefits,
94,000,
9,300.
100, I mean,
Yes,
holy smoly.
Yeah. that was taken before.
Does the state reimburse, I reimburse BOCES for this, for this?
There was an extra amount of money that was allocated last year through the legislature that went for the high needs kids, and BOCES does receive that.
Do they share?
Financially, no, but in services, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna say it right here. We have to pay $45 for CPI training. Because it costs them so much money to be trained. But yet they're not sharing the money that they're, for students that they are giving us to educate.
That'd be pretty accurate.
Does that sound fair to you?
So that-
I'm
that's one of-
sorry,
That's one of our, that's
I'm
one of the
having-
discussions.
Because I went to the BOCES thing at Caspi and listened to that, and then reading your report, I'm just very concerned because our district is losing money.
Right.
And maybe we do want to look at doing our own program. If it's going to cost us this much money, I'd like to see the monies on what's it going to cost us. Can you do that for me?
Mhm.
I made a comment on the CPI training. I've done CPI training every single year. You have to recertify. We have in the district trainers that got trained by an official, I don't know, CPI instructor, and that's who trains us.
Right.
I'm sure it's a money saver. It's gotta be.
Yeah.
One day is online, other days in person.
Right.
So you've had it?
Yes, I've done it many.
I've seen it in action when I was teaching.
Yeah, but I'm on the crisis team, so that's
Yeah.
right.
But I'm just,
But yes, all paras that work with special education students.
But were you saying that your district has their own CPI trainers?
Yes, they go and get trained, I
Okay.
don't know where, somewhere.
So basically the.
And they train.
Is paying.
Trainers train.
Through the trainers.
wow.
Okay.
Cody, I think Cody was gonna say something. Cody, did you raise your hand?
I swatted that fly.
Sorry.
That blind that's been in
He's
here,
been
we've seen
here.
it.
Terry, yes, I do have a question though, actually. I don't like to pioneer things and new ideas. It sounds like you're considering, you mentioned pulling out of BOCES or considering other alternatives.
Because I
Is
read
there-
in the report.
Is that something that has been done? Are we?
Durango's done it.
Rango did it.
And when I was in Caspi, I've talked to different school districts since then.
Yeah,
I don't think it's easy.
and what, as far as these things go, what are their reasons as,
They were not having their needs met.
that answers my question.
And that's just, and this is me as a layperson, talking to people at Caspi and around the state, because that's what I do.
And this is just I don't like reinventing the wheel. If nobody's done it, something like this before, I don't want to be going in something crazy like that blind or anything.
Sure.
And so I kind of want to see how things have gone in other districts and what the pros and cons have been.
The new state board
Yeah,
for CD3,
okay,
he called and talked to me for a while the other night, Saturday night.
Yep.
And his district has pulled out, and he gave me names of people to contact.
Mhm.
So we don't fall into pitfalls and stuff. So,
and they've had great success as far as you guys can tell.
he said up to this point, he said there's been bumps in the road, but up to this point.
Yeah.
So I mean, I have not met him. I visited with him on the phone because he called him,
Right.
telling me that he was the new representative. So,
Thank you.
well, again, I want to tell you thank you because as a board, I never knew this before. So thank you for educating me.
Sure.
Okay. Any more questions for Mr. Burrows on his report? Anybody?
On the next step.
Okay, anybody else? No? Okay. Okay, Executive Director of Finance report, Kyle. Oh, sorry, Eddie. Oh, I'm sorry,
Assistant superintendent.
Assistant Superintendent.
That's okay, Eddie.
Sorry, Mr. Ramirez.
She just,
I don't have my glasses on.
Overreach
Let me
you
put my
like that.
glasses on.
Okay,
Know what that feels like. Madam President, members of the board, 3 topics to report back to you on the ongoing progress. The first is about the emergency operations plan. The draft has been sent out to all the district safety team. They're listed there in number 1 for the review and recommendations of any changes. We've heard back already from Emergency Operations Management Director and also the Sheriff and Nala. And they are recommending that it be presented as presented to them in the draft. So far, we've got people that are responding. The weather that we had has kind of interrupted that. We sent it out last week at the end of the week, and so we're hoping to hear something this coming week on it. If not, I'll contact each of them. January the 25th, we have a district safety meeting with not only the district safety team, but all the administration, principal leadership, and members of that, school health, counseling, for crisis management. And they were all sent this draft EOP today as well. So we're looking at February the 7th to approve the basic EOP and all of the functional annexes, which list all the different plans. Number 2 is about attendance, and it's just a comparison that was presented or provided between the fall 2021 and the fall 2022 as a comparison indicating a downward trend, not only because of the attendance of chronic absenteeism, but also just in general, the culture of absenteeism, including excused absences. And so that number starts to grow. And so we're seeing kind of a leveling of that from the previous year. And so we're still studying that and working with Opinion Project. Today I met with the IOG and referenced that they had met their goal for those that are in the Opinion Project at 100% improvement on attendance of the 231 students that they serve. So it just depends on how you disaggregate the data and look at it. The data tells you different things, and so we're cognizant of that and we're attentive to it, and we're working hard to understand that we can continue improving attendance in schools. Number 3 is about 2 trainings that go along with the emergency operations plan. One is a FEMA training that's going to be on March the 3rd, 2023. FEMA will be the presenter on that. School-based incidents, partnering with law enforcement, first responders, and the local school system. So this training will focus on incident planning and preparedness and proactive threat mitigation, incident response, and then of course the final incident recovery on each of the situations. the threat assessment training that's being provided by the Colorado Safety Center is March the 9th and the 10th, a 2-day training at Lone Pine. We're asking the principals to identify somebody off their incident ICS team, and that way they can be a trainer of trainers and bring that back to each of their campuses. We're asking for an administrator, principal, assistant principal, or a counselor that's listed on the incident team. And so they received that email on both of those trainings today, and, as well as the district safety team. And so we're looking forward to that training to better, for school better school safety, morale, and wellness within our district. I also attached more specific reports about the table of contents for both the basic plan and the functional annexes, the attendance rate, and then those 2 trainings for more specificity, and we'll entertain any questions you may have about the report.
So our attendance is going up, absentees is going down.
It's improving, but it depends on the lens that you're looking through and which group. And there's different groups. If you look just at the unexcused, we see some of that improving with the students that have been referred to the opinion project for the Check and Connect. If you look at it in general in totality, you might see that it's, including excused absences, you might see that it's almost the same comparison that started with a pandemic and led into where we're at today.
That's part of
Yes.
get
So,
people back, yes.
so we're looking at disaggregating that data different ways so we can make planning decisions and support the students and families about increasing student achievement.
So do you think that what we're doing is helping?
I think it is because it's recognizing and all the players are coming to the table under the leadership of Mr. Burris and leading that attendance committee that's made up of people from juvenile probation office, from social services, from opinion, from all the players that are in there.
So we're working together as a community.
Yes. Pleased to see that kind of cooperation, collaboration.
May I add something from my meeting today that's directly pertinent? The judges said this shouldn't end at the end of the school year. What kids are in the system will stay in the system. And if they visit a judge right away next school year, so be it. But it's not a situation like we used to do. At the end of the year, we reset everything. They don't want to do that. So that's good.
That is good. Maybe more kids, not so much for them.
Yeah, that's right.
But really like a total days like an excuse though on your column. Comparing to last year, that was a 5-day week versus a 4-day week. So those
Yes.
days are really,
There's some variance there.
that's sort of number that probably really doesn't mean a whole lot on it, but the percentages is the big thing.
Yes, sir.
So then all of those stayed the same, like Lewis stayed the same. One went up, Kemper. And the other one stayed really close to the same, but dropped just a hair. So.
Yes, sir. Absolutely right. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lee.
Hi, good evening, board president, board members, community. In my report, I have just a few items. First will be an action item we'll talk about in a little bit. The final budget for 22-23. This is simply just some revisions from the original budget that was brought to you in June. Some of the biggest changes, Manaw was closed. And so in that original budget, Manaw was still considered being open the next year. So what you're going to see is all the expenditures and revenues zeroed out at Manaw, and those had to be placed at other places. So, but we can get into that more later. The Q2 financial statements are attached. Sorry for the typo. This covers everywhere from October 1st to December 31st. Essentially, and it'll be reflected in the budget, but we're just we're in a unique spot where we have a lot of grant money funding a lot of the major programs that are happening at the district level. And then we had the non-closure. So there was lots of funding that needed to be reallocated to make sure that it was getting to the schools so that they could spend it. So that's essentially in a summary, what the revised budget is in January was taking the money from Mana that we saved. Looking at some of the salaries and adjusting those and taking that and pushing it where it needs to be or where it can be available to spend. If we look at, you know, what I mean, professional development opportunities in the spring or bringing someone into the district to do some things. So that's kind of where we're at. Everyone, I've had meetings with the directors today. I have a meeting with the principals next week to start scheduling time with me individually to go over their budgets, because some people are spending appropriately on time. Some people have some money from previous years that's carried over that we need to figure out how to spend. But I think everyone agrees that we're in a good spot. It's not going to be like this forever. So we need to take advantage of this and buy some items that are going to help us operate for the long run. So for example, if maintenance needs to replace some tools, this is the year they need to start doing those things. If there was a PD that the principals or teachers wanted to go to, but they haven't had an opportunity, if they can work it into their schedule, this would be the year to do it. So, and then you'll see we have a donation from the Ute Tribe Farm and Ranch Enterprise and the Arrow brand. They both donated $1,500 a piece to the high school. In return, they just asked if there are 2 banners displayed at the high school activities when that's happening. And then I included the letter in my report that came with that donation. A couple other things I just want to mention. I'm serving on a kind of a quasi committee to review House bills that may affect educational funding. I've been given 3 so far. None of them really are pertinent to, you know, rural funding or affecting our education, our educational funding. But it's all confidential right now, so I can't share details with you, but I just want to let you know that there at least are some rural eyes on these. Now, granted, it's just going to be a fiscal note, but at least legislators can view those notes before they make a decision. And then lastly, I have a document with Deb that now that we have all of our officers assigned and we have our board members, I just need the new 3 signatures for our checks. So it's just board president, board secretary, and board treasurer. And so again, Deb has that. Just whenever you can sign that, sort of get the checks corrected.
So the bank called me.
Mhm.
They wanted to know if it was okay for you to do that. The last signature card they said they had, which I know that they had to lose quite a few, was Jack as president and me as treasurer.
Which bank was it?
It was Four Corners Community.
Yes,
Oh,
They called her.
and Melissa was the
was the,
CFO.
Hmm.
So it was quite some time ago. I said, you guys need to check your filing system a little better.
right? And I just talked to them the other day and she sent me a list of their current and it was all up to date. So I'm wondering,
It was, I was with my son. So it would have been a week ago today. That's Thursday.
Okay.
No, it would have been Wednesday. It would have been last Wednesday.
well, all that's being updated and I remember we went through
Yeah.
this last time and got all the signatures and everything too, so.
Well, I know,
I'm sure.
because we've changed it so many times, and I said, man, you guys are way behind. You need to check your filing system because we've been.
Right. The only one that
Many
was-
years past.
The last time we did it, the only one that was a concern was Vectra, because Vectra keeps everyone you've ever had unless you tell them to take it off. So when we go change them, they'll change the names, but then they'll just leave people on there. So that got changed last time we did signatures, but I'll double check on Four Corners Community
Okay.
because I reached out to them specifically.
It was last Wednesday, right, Deb, when you
Yeah,
called me?
pretty sure it was Wednesday.
Are there any questions I can answer for you this time?
You're doing a great job. Thank you.
No.
Oh, there is one question. I have been hearing that they're changing the requirements for ESSER funding. Have you heard anything?
No, I'm not.
That they were loosening up some of their
I've,
requirements?
so the only thing I've heard on that that may be connected to that is in the beginning of these ESSER funds, they were having people CD approve and disapprove different districts. And what was happening is one request will come from one district and go to one person and they'd have an answer. And then the same request would come from this district and go to a different person and they'd have a different answer. So eventually superintendents and business managers were catching on and being like, well, how come they got to buy a bus, but you're making us lease it or whatever the case may be. So they did talk about reaching out to districts that may have been denied for certain things, but I have no
Okay.
idea.
Well, I figured that you would know if anybody did, so.
Thankfully, I mean, everything that we've tried to put into ESSER is for the most part been accepted. And
Right.
unless it was just some off the wall request, but most of the time our grants federal director catches that before we even put it in the application.
Okay, thank you. I was just hoping that would loosen it up some.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Kyle. Okay, Executive Director of Student Academic Services Report, Mr. Parr.
Good evening, board. So in my report, there's a couple things. I'm gonna kind of go off order from my report so I can, one, get through a couple things before we dive into these monsters. And two, our principals are here to present some of their school data as well. And I want them to be able to do that first. So in my report, the things that I highlighted again, mid-year data and data notebooks. Obviously, the data notebooks is what we're going to talk about here shortly. The mid-year data that I would like you guys to, have pay a little bit of attention to is at the end of the report for STAR testing, and now this is district information, so it's not down to the school level. But it highlights how the district performed at the beginning of the year and at the midpoint of the year on STAR reading and math benchmark assessments. And I'm not going to go through them point by point right at this moment, but what I would like to highlight are a few of the takeaways from that data, if you've had a chance to look at it. And that primarily being positive means in both math and reading, where students can be at or above benchmark, which is the 50th percentile. So essentially what happens with Renaissance, what happens with Renaissance is they test students all over the country. And based on how students perform, they're placed in a percentile ranking within that testing. And according to Renaissance, within their own documentation, they feel like the 40th percentile is essentially grade level performance. We don't necessarily agree with that. We asked them for our district to place that number at the 50th percentile to increase the rigor and give us a better indication of how we feel our kids are doing. And so that's reflected in the data that you see there. All of our benchmarking is at the 50th percentile. It's not the 40th percentile. So ours is a tad more rigorous than what Renaissance itself prescribes. So the positive aspect of that is the data that's within the report that I provided you shows that we have positive movement in the students that are at or above percentile from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. So that's encouraging. There's also some positive movement in the reduction of students in both math and reading of students that are in urgent intervention and intervention. So when we have at or above benchmark going up, we definitely want to see those other ones going down, because that means fewer students are testing below or in the urgent or intervention categories. So with those numbers going down, we have them coming up in the other categories, and that's good. That's what we're trying to accomplish. So, but even with the positives that are identified in this report, it's, we're mid-year, it's definitely not enough. We need to continue this upward trajectory with our kids and moving forward. Now, this is one report. There are other reports as well, and we're going to, in a few minutes, talk about some things that are contained in this binder that you have. But that is primarily some good information about our mid-year assessments that I wanted to share with you. What I do have as well is I have our principals here this evening. And what they're gonna do is they're gonna give you like a brief synopsis of their individual school performances. And then just some of the actions that they may be taking to address areas of it. So I want to get those guys going. So we'll start with Ms. Morgan. You wanna go ahead and lead us off?
More papers. I'm not saying you can't have one. If you could just take one and pass it around, I don't mind. Thanks.
There you go.
So to piggyback on what Mr. Parr was just saying, we've seen some positive trends in reading overall in the high school. We've seen a growth at the at or above benchmark from 17 to 23%. 49% of students are showing growth and increased proficiency. And again, like you mentioned, we have fewer students listed as intervention. It went down from 24% to 19%. Arguably, our areas of growth, our urgent intervention did tick up, which is concerning. From 31 to 32, it didn't reduce. I would argue that we need more attention to these students. We need more differentiation for these students. I think we're going to continue to see a trend of students that are so far behind in reading, they're going to struggle with all level content. We need more intervention support at the high school level to reach those students and to reduce those numbers of urgent intervention. Positives with math. We again are having some pretty good results, increasing our students at or above benchmark from 40 to 43%. And as you can see, the majority of students are showing proficiency or are on track for proficiency in math, which is exciting. We've decreased the number of students needing urgent intervention as well. When you compare this with the projected growth, like students who will be, there's other reports in the STAR, students who will be at grade level by the end of the year, or have reached the benchmark for the end of the year. I would say it's not quite as high. If you look down below, math for 9th grade, 48.5% are predicted to meet the benchmark by the end of the year. Same with 10th grade. 11th grade is 38.4. That is shocking to me. This is Algebra 2 students. I think there is some reflections on, our students at the high school level taking math testing seriously. It's certainly not a culture at the time, but I think the more that we utilize this, make it relevant to students and to teachers, we're going to see more investment in this. We're going to get better data. I think that we are going to retest students right before spring break to kind of see where they're at. We weren't planning to do that, but looking at our mid-year, we're going to do it just to get a better understanding of where students are at. We're going to incentivize participation in this and really talk to our students about the importance of it. And I think we're going to really work with our teachers to understand that using data to inform instructional decisions is part of their evaluation as a teacher. And so we're going to mention this in their mid-year review. We're going to tie this to their RANDA, like their rubric, just really make sure that they understand that this is not like an optional exercise that they don't need to take seriously. With the grade 11 math, that's something I'm going to talk to our grade 11 teacher, because our students are doing very well. I don't think that the math testing, or excuse me, the STAR testing is reflective of their performance. You can see on the next page that there are just questions that we're going to ask our math and English teachers during their mid-year review. That is directly related to the data that we have on hand from our most recent STAR testing. What we're doing school-wide, we're really looking ahead to the pre-SAT and SAT in April, and we are really putting this on everybody's radar as a school-wide initiative, whether you are an ag teacher, whether you are a gym teacher, whether you are an art teacher, whether you are a core teacher. We are all working together on building close reading skills, vocabulary skills, and testing skills. This hasn't been something that I have experienced at the high school, and I think we're trying to make sure that we're coming together and enforcing the same skills so that students have more exposure to these assessments before April when they're taking the test. You'll see some of these strategies we've already introduced to teachers that we'll be following up on. We have this graphic organizer called Soapstone. It's a reading comprehension strategy. We have the Freyer model of vocab. These are all research-based strategies that are shown to help students engage and really attend to what they're learning. And then we are also introducing like actual test taking, like strategies, that's relevant when you're taking the SAT and the pre-SAT. So all of our teachers are tasked with this. We're not just saying it's for teachers only, because every subject, I don't care what it is, you are reading. Read in every subject. So we are really trying to come together and help buoy our students' performance on these tests. And I think a lot of it is cultural. I think we really need to continue this spring to emphasize to both students and staff that whether they find testing like personally meaningful, it impacts all of us how they do. It impacts the conversation about the high school and it impacts what they do. So really trying to get more buy-in and understanding of why we need to take this seriously. I did want to just share two other quick things. One of our goals at the high school was to reduce core class failure rates at the freshman level. You'll see for English Algebra 1 and Physical Science, the fall 2021 results. Last year, first semester, 49.3% of freshmen failed English 9 at the end of first semester. 37% failed Algebra 1 and 48.1% failed Physical Science. This is an incredibly disproportionate bell curve of grades. So we know that from research, students that fail core classes at the freshman level are at a higher track for dropping out of high school. So we are really targeting that with work with the freshman teams and looking at our curriculum, lesson planning, looking at data, and seeing how we can address this. We did already see a reduction to 29% for English 9, 29% for Algebra 1, and 35% for Physical Science. So still some work to do, but that's a significant reduction in students failing classes. What we need to really dig into is, are the passing rates increasing because students are having more success or because teachers are feeling compelled to pass more students? So we need to actually look at our grading practices and look at the correlation between student performance and student understanding of the standards versus the grade that they're actually receiving. And that's work that needs to be done over the next year, I would argue. Okay. You can see some of our next steps there. Let me know if you have any questions after you've reviewed this. In terms of climate and culture, that would have been another one of our areas of focus. We did a survey with some of the questions pulled from the Healthy Kids Colorado survey, just about safety on campus and these kinds of things. We got an okay turnout. It's right at the end of the semester, and we did it with our homeroom. We had about 50% participation. We don't have a lot of seniors in homeroom, so that's why you don't see 12th grade data. The good news is our efforts to really utilize homeroom to educate students about resources available to them, like Power School and tutoring and Friday School, is incredibly successful. Like 90+% of students feel that they understand how to access Power School and know about tutoring and Friday School. The majority of students feel that they can be academically successful. We've got about 64% of students either agree or strongly agree that they can be academically successful at the school, and that they know, if you flip the page, how to bring up a grade if they're failing. Some areas of growth that really we're working on. I have at least one trusted adult at the school that I could go to if I was having a difficult time. We do have a good chunk of kids that did say yes, but then we have a lot of kids that are like in neutral or disagree. So one of the things we really want to work on is how can we reach and impact kids that would say they're neutral on this topic or like disagree, that they don't have somebody they could talk to at school. We do have some action steps. We did work on with teachers to go over this data. We're going to utilize homeroom conversations about the data from the survey, and we're actually going to tease it out with the students and like get some feedback from them. We did an activity where we identified freshmen. We had all of the freshman pictures on the wall during a PD day, and we went around and identified, like, if you know a detail about a freshman, like anything that is not related to like demographics, right? Like they have a brother, they play basketball, this kind of stuff. And our goal with that is to really identify students who are unknown, because these students are more likely, again, to be disengaged and to be unsuccessful in school. So that is something we're working on. The last one I think is really important. I feel safe at school. 38.8% agree, 7.9% strongly agree. A lot of kids are neutral, 40%. There are a few kids that disagree and strongly disagree. A lot of the feedback they gave is they feel unsafe in the parking lot, the student parking lot. This is like news to us. We weren't aware of this. So we have changed our duty schedule, so there's now an administrator on duty before school, during the middle of the day, during lunch, and after school in the school student parking lot to greet students and just make sure they're aware of the expectations of, speed and appropriate behavior. We've eliminated student parking in the back of the building. A lot of band kids utilize that. It was creating too many entrance points in the high school that shouldn't have been utilized. So we've cut down on that. Nobody is parking in the back besides staff. And all students for activities, including sports, are only entering through one keyed entrance that only the coach can open. We have a bathroom duty because one of the spaces that students identify as being unsafe is the bathroom. So every passing period, we have staff on duty, a male and a female staff member outside of every bathroom, and they go in periodically and check on kids and usher them out once the bell rings. So we are recommitting ourselves to that. We're increasing our supervision during lunch. And one thing that really came up was student resource officer, an SRO. Both teachers and students cited this as something that would make them feel safer on campus. We do have Carla Ross, who is our district SRO. She's split between all of our campuses. She's wonderful. She is very rarely on campus for more than 30 minutes or an hour at a time. If we can think about as a district increasing the amount of SROs, I think it would go a long way to help students and staff feel more confident and
I did have just one question, and I don't know if I'm reading this wrong, but on the core class failure rates, from the fall, for that full year, we had quite a big jump in the total of kids, like for Algebra 1 and physical science. Do you know why that is? Was it, what was the reasoning? Do you know, did we just have more kids, or was it just more, the failure rate? So now you've got all these kids plus these kids taking the class again?
We do have kids repeating, so it's made up of 9th, 10th, even 11th grade students. But we did have a bigger freshman class. This freshman class is one of the largest classes we've ever had.
I was wondering.
And last fall too, we were still kind of in COVID numbers, so we did not have a full amount of kids on campus. So you're right, that is quite a bit smaller. This year we have a lot more kids.
It's just going to take us another year or two to get away from the skewed COVID numbers.
Yeah. It's hard to compare between the 100 years.
In a lot of areas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Perry. Good evening. I too have more paper for you.
Sir.
I know that data binder was not enough for you, so.
Now I'm going to bring a ream of paper to the school district to compensate for all this paper that I was.
Good evening, board. I'm gonna really focus more on just academic data. I didn't get branch out as far as Ms. Moreland did, but just really looking at this. And I want to first off say thank you, particularly to Mr. Parr and to Kyle and Dean for making Mr. Archbeck and Mr. Palmquist for making this happen, because we went from famine to feast on data. Like, honestly, this is incredible. Last year it was kind of shot in the dark looking at a single CMAS score, and now we have so much that I'm still particularly now we've got our beginning of year and middle of year scores. So I'm able to look at growth, and I've spent a lot of time over this past week just diving in, and there's so much information and it's really rich. And so I'm very grateful for your support for that, but for them particularly for making that happen for us, because I feel like we actually have opportunity to make some strides and really target some things. So thank you for that. Some of the stuff is I wanted to break down from what you have. I know within the information that was shared with you from the reports, you had kind of a middle school overall, but I wanted to break this down into the middle school in terms of grade levels and look at, this is our benchmark. So urgent intervention, intervention, watch, and above. And obviously what we're looking to see across the board is to see that those lower, the urgent intervention and intervention numbers are dropping, and that those watch and at and above grade numbers are approaching or growing. And we're seeing that generally. You're seeing that those numbers are going down in those intervention areas, and that number is decreasing where it's increasing on this side. There are some exceptions, and this is why this data is so valuable, because you can look, for example, in 7th grade reading, this is something where we see some substantial concerns in that regards. And this is something I can speak to. This is an opportunity where we're saying, hey, we've got some novice teachers coming in. We had one that exited that semester and was kind of on their way out. And so those are those kind of things where I'm thankful we've been able to replace that individual with somebody who's very seasoned. And so this is a great opportunity for us to look at this data and push in and say, okay, how do we support this area, which we didn't really have before. So again, this is very valuable. Across the board, we're seeing that generally speaking, there are going to be some little skews but generally speaking, we're seeing that these interventions are working, these kids are growing, and that we're moving them along. The big thing that I've talked with my staff and Mr. Park spoke to the fact that our goal is at that 50th percentile as opposed to the 40th percentile. Realistically speaking, I've spoken with our staff because our kids are, and if you look at these next pages, you'll see our kids are by and large multiple grade levels below. That 50th percentile even isn't enough because we have to be making more than that, because if we're just keeping on stride with everybody else, we're still 2 grade levels behind. And so these next pages that you're going to see are iReady. This is another tool that we use at the middle school. This is actually the math curriculum that we adopted, I believe it's 3 years ago. This curriculum comes with something that's been very valuable to us. It's a program that it takes these diagnostic tests and it allows students to really get where they are on all these different individual areas. And then it provides an online program where it targets them and it grows with them. And so we are using this for an intervention, and we've enjoyed it so much that with Mr. Parr's approval, again, we were able to purchase it for reading. And it is just a program that we are using, and it is allowing us to target where our kids are specifically. And so you can see this data on this first one. You can see that there's 2 lines on top. This first one is the beginning of year information. The next one above that in the darker is the middle of the year. And you can see again that those numbers are closing. So you can see 46% of our students are 2 grade levels below. That's a concerning number. And so obviously that's stuff that we're looking at. How do we target that and how do we close those gaps? But what we can see, that number didn't grow, but what we're seeing is those one grade level below, 2 years below, or 2 years below, 1 year below, just below, and then above, those numbers are growing. And so what this tells us is really we need to find interventions to be able to support those students that are 2 grade levels below and more. Typically, interventions are going to target those kids that are just below that threshold. And so these others are getting lost, and there's going to be some more data. So this is really good for us to say, okay, how are we going to be able to target the kids that are 2 grade levels below or more? Frequently, that's going to come with opportunities where these students are kind of checked out because they don't even understand grade level content, but we can't stop teaching grade level content to go back and do remediation. So one of the things that we've really pulled from this and what we're doing is our end of day intervention time. It's about 37 minutes every day. We've taken data from this and STAR data, and we put it together, and we've grouped the students into 4 rotating groups based off of their levels in this. And what they're doing is on a 2-week rotation, they're moving from one class to the other. When they are in math and ELA, they are actually receiving targeted intervention based off of their deficiencies identified from these things, from those math and reading teachers. And then when they're in social studies and science, what they're actually doing is using that program that is designed to target their needs and working through that for about 30 to 45 minutes a day. And so this is some really rich information opportunities. And what I'm excited to see is the growth that's going to come from that. You can see this is the baseline for our reading. This next piece of paper is our reading diagnostic. Like I said, we just purchased this right before the semester. So we're taking the baseline. We're able to use the intervention program, but we don't have any growth intervention or growth information from this. These next 2 diagnostic growths. So this shows kind of the percentages that we're seeing and what we're seeing. This is interesting to me because it is a little bit different than what we're seeing in STAR. But what we want to see is that this typical growth is in the 50th percentile, right at about 50. You're seeing that it says it's about 20 at this number right here on top. This is something, again, I don't have entire answers for it. You can look down and it's broken down by grades, and you can see kind of like we discussed earlier, the grade levels are going to, oh, this is for math. So you can see that it's different for grades. And so we're having these conversations with teachers to say, hey, what's effective? What are these people doing that's working? What are you not doing? What are we not seeing? And so this is information that we haven't had. One of the other things I've had to take into note is that ideally we would get about the 15th percentile on annual growth. Realistically, our first semester is only about 40% of the year. There's 60% on the backside. Those days are greater. So that did give me a little bit of comfort in knowing that we've got a little bit more time to be able to make up some of these things. But The last piece there is this diagnostic growth piece that I gave you. And this really breaks it down from the starting level that the kids were to say, how much growth are we seeing? You can see there on this bottom section, it talks about if there are 3 or more grade levels below, 2 or more grade levels below, 1 grade level below, early on, or mid or at above grade level. So what we're seeing here is that our mid or above grade level is growing, they're at the 31 percentile. They're growing pretty well, as they should be. 1 and 2 grade levels below is at the 43rd and 46th growth percentile, which is really good, which means that our interventions are actually working and they're kicking in, and this is supporting it. The other concerning piece again is going down to 3 or more grade levels below, and you see that drop down again. And so that's something that I gleaned from this is really concerning is, okay, what are we going to do to target these students that are so low that again, they're not working with grade level content while maintaining grade level work with them. So that's just some information. I will say one of the other things that we're really looking at, and this, I don't know if this is not something I shared with you in your data. You should have some of the things about standard growth percentile. Again, we're trying to reach that 50th standard growth percentile. Our overall scores were right in about 40 to 45 is what we saw when we looked at that for our mid-year growth. It was a wonderful opportunity this last Friday on our PD. We spent about 45 minutes with the staff and just really diving through this. And we talked about, okay, on your RANDA, which is your teacher accountability, part of your score goes to the fact that school-wide, we're seeing 50 percentile, or we're seeing that growth at the 50th percentile. And so it was an opportunity to be able to engage our PE teachers and our art teachers and our theater teachers and say, hey, this means something to you. And so it kind of got their buy-in there. And then what we did is we went and dove into all this data and looked at it. And they could look at each individual class. So our theater teacher could look at her 4th period class and see how the breakdown of those students were. And so what we discussed is, okay, this means something, you're rated according to this. How do you leverage this data to be able to say, I know I'm looking at this group and I've really got a low group in reading. And so they can dive into that and they can actually look at the standards that they're deficient. And so they're working on, and some of the stuff that we're doing with our Friday PD days is that they're looking at that and they're able to go into the standards and say, okay, fluency is a big thing. And so what we're going to do is just have them, maybe do read alouds in class. And when we're making sure that we're going through our science text or we're going through our, again, going back to theater, that they're going to have them read those things aloud and work on this. And they're trying to, as a school, target these things, which I think is something that's been formed since I've been there, of just not having that buy-in that this is an everybody issue and how we educate these students academically. So that's been a very valuable conversation. It was really rich information that I think we got, and it was fun today. I was walking through the building, I was talking to one of the teachers, and he said, I've been, we had this 4 days off, 3 days off, and he said, I've just been poring over this data. It's been so interesting to me to be able to look at this and target it. So as we're getting this, I know that they're being able to dive in, understand things, and target and see, okay, here's what I'm seeing in this class, but this class is different. What are the differences? How do I change that? It's great for me because it gives me opportunities to look at teachers and say, hey, here's where we're seeing some deficiencies, have those conversations. I've got the opportunity to celebrate some people that were, at the 55th or 60th growth percentile. We got to celebrate that and say, hey, great job. This is what we're striving for, and way to be an example. So that's a lot of what I have. I'll open it up to any questions, but that's kind of the things I want to share with you.
Yeah, real quick. What's the difference between typical growth and stretch growth?
So typical growth is what a standard student would look like in a year. Just norm, they would say this student at this level, say you're a grade level below, you're going to grow this much. But because we have gaps to close, what they do is also say a stretch growth goal. And it's like, here's what they are projecting that students that are growing more, that they want to say to close that gap. Here's what your goals are.
Yeah.
Questions there?
No, but I'm excited seeing you all excited too.
Yes.
It's exciting.
I'm a little bit of a data person, and it's fun, and I think it's really valuable. So.
Thank you.
And to hear that teachers are excited about it makes it.
Thank you all. All right. Next is we have a special guest this evening. Ms. Katie Nelson is not with us this evening, so filling in as her assistant principal, Paulette Porter or Kemper.
Good evening, board. Superintendent Burris. Again, a little more paperwork.
mainly because I'm a visual kind of girl. Channel, the fourth grade teacher, you take one and pass it down the table, please. Thank you. As Mr. Carter said, Ms. Nelson is not here, so it's my pleasure to come and talk to you about our growth that we're seeing, and I'll give you just a minute, and it's just a snapshot, and then I'll kind of guide us through that as we go. So we're pleased and comfort to see growth in both ELA and math from the beginning of the year to middle year assessment as assessed on STAR. Our Dibbles window is currently opened. However, with all the blessing of snow that we've received the last few days, we're playing a little bit of catch up. So our interventionists are working very hard to finish up that Dibbles testing, and that should be completed by the 27th of January. So I'll just go over our middle of the year data at a glance. Before we start, like what I'm going to discuss in STAR, there's 4 categories. We have urgent intervention, intervention, on watch, and at or above grade level. So what I'm going to share out is our students who are on watch or at and above grade level so that we can look at growth and achievement. I'll start with ELA and then I'll move along to math. So in kindergarten, at the beginning of the year, 52% of our students were on watch or at or above grade level. Middle of the year, 75% of our students were on watch or at above grade level, which is an increase of 23 percentage points. We're very excited about that. First grade, beginning of the year, 53% of our students were on watch or at or above grade level. Middle of the year, 74% of our students were on watch or at or above grade level, which is a 21% increase. And I didn't bring my glasses, so making sure I'm reading the right lines here. Second grade, beginning of the year in ELA, 58% of our students were on watch or at or above grade level. Middle of the year, 52% of those students were on watch or at or above grade level, which is an increase in 6 percentage points. Third grade, beginning of the year ELA, we have 37% of our students on watch or at or above grade level. Middle of the year, 46% of them moved up to on watch or at or above grade level, which is an increase of 9 percentage points. I want to add a little note there that we look at that band of urgent intervention to intervention, and that second and third grade, we're closing those gaps there. So we are still making gains. So that's reflected on the sheet I shared out with you. Moving along to fourth grade, 43% of our students were on watch or at or above grade level. Middle of the year assessment, 63% of them were on watch or at or above grade level, an increase of 20 percentage points. Fifth grade, beginning of the year ELA, 57% of our students were on watch or at or above grade level. Middle of the year, 68% of them were on watch or at or above grade level, an increase of 11 percentage points. So I'll move on to math. And kinder, STAR doesn't assess kindergarten for math. Our teachers use, I believe it's called ESGI, but it's reported out to you here. So first grade, I'll start there. 74% of our students at the beginning of the year were on watch or at or above grade level. Middle of the year, 91% of our kinders were on watch or at or above, which is an increase of 17 percentage points. A lot of growth there. Second grade, beginning of the year, 55% of our students were on watch or at or above grade level. Middle of the year, 59% of them were on watch or at or above grade level, an increase of 4 percentage points. Third grade, 56% of our students were on watch or at or above grade level. Middle of the year, 68% of our students were on watch or at or above grade level, an increase of 12 percentage points. Fourth grade, 54% at the beginning of the year were on watch or at or above grade level. Middle of the year, 61% on watch at or above grade level, an increase of 7 percentage points. Fifth grade, beginning of the year, 64% on watch or at or above grade level. Middle of year, 65 percentage point percentile on or watch or above grade level, an increase of only 1 percentage point there. So Ms. Nelson and I are excited about the growth that we're seeing. However, we know that there is still a sense of urgency and there's much work that we need to be done to get our students prepared for CMAS and end of year expectations before they move on to the next grade. In response to this data, our staff has been working hard on data digs and common lesson planning and addressing the gaps. Our first day back from Christmas break, our staff participated in a detailed data dig, looking at this middle of the year data, planning with their teams, planning forward, making sure that they're planning for the right work that needs to be done right out of the gates. This next Friday, when we have staff back, we are going to be participating in an exercise that staff will help us with our 90-day plan and make the adjustments there as necessary. Other initiatives that we have going on to respond to this, tutoring starting up, I think it's supposed to start this week, so we'll start that next week, specifically addressing CMAS, test taking strategies, practice test type questions. We have another school-wide challenge going on. Ms. Chappell, our leader interventionist, has done a great job. We have a massive school-wide reading incentive in fall, and we have another one coming up in the spring, getting our students excited about reading. We've made some tweaks to intervention changes in response to this data. When Ms. Nelson and I are meeting with teachers in mid-year evaluations, we put together data binders for each teacher reflective of past CMAS scores based on data that was put together. Box plots, I believe Mr. Burrs had provided those. So we've got student growth. We're going to keep those updated and keep that in front of our teachers. So do you have any questions for me at this time?
It's good to see a positive report. Thank you.
No questions, couple comments. Yeah, I stopped by a while back and met with Katie, and she was like a kid in a candy store going through the data, which is really neat to see.
Yeah, you've had
And one of the things that's jumping out of me on a lot of this is our scores of kindergartners, which I think is fantastic.
That's
We got to get
That's
those kids started.
that's the kids
Yeah.
need to hit.
That's neat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We saw, Serial and Pleasant.
Good evening, board, audience. I have papers, but I didn't make copies because I didn't want to fully good copies, but I do have extras and I can run them when I'm done. If you
Sure,
need
we
it.
got room in these notebooks.
Yeah, I know. Well, and I thought, well, I have everything. So I know that Mr. Carr was running it off for you. So I just wanted to summarize a few things. As with everybody else, I've got my reading glasses. So the data that we're really looking at right now at Lewis and Pleasant View is data from STAR. We're looking at Dibble's data. We're looking at the ESGI data, which was just mentioned for kindergarten. We are also currently still testing our kinders for ESGI, and the Dibble's window is still open. So I don't have total complete scores on those, but I do have some good stuff to report on for other grade levels. The one thing that we did our mid-year reviews for staff before Christmas break. And at that point, we had just done some STAR training and we looked at a newer report called a growth proficiency chart. So during the mid-year evaluations, I sat down with each staff member and we pulled that up because they hadn't seen it yet. And this, I can't present it here because this student data would be public. You basically hover on the bubbles and the student name comes up and it's split into quadrants for high growth, high scale score, high growth, low scale score, low growth, high scale score, low growth, low scale score. So this allows students to maybe test high numerically, but then it points out that they're not showing growth. So they'd be in the upper left-hand quadrant. So what we're looking for with CMAS is we're looking for growth to make sure all of our students are growing, from the students on IEPs to our gifted students. So this, I think, was a really good report to start looking at. It does need to have a certain number of data points before it can even generate. And so we were able to determine a couple of students that probably should be GT tested off of this report that maybe didn't score well on some of the screening reports that are just in third grade, second grade right now. So I think we're getting a lot of good information off of that. Let me just continue here. The other report that we looked at is called the screening report off STAR. And that really just looks at scale scores. So like Mr. Carr said, we've got that set at the 50th percentile.
And so what we see when we're looking at our data is we have a lot of kids, right, you know, at or above that benchmark right now. But then we take that and compare it to the growth proficiency chart, and then we can see, well, yeah, Susie's, you know, at this benchmark or maybe the 70th percentile, but she didn't show growth from some of her fall data points. So we know we need to maybe tweak our instruction there just to make sure we're showing that growth on those higher students, which can be a challenge, especially in situation with math. Because our fifth graders right now that are maxing out with a high scale score, until we introduce them to sixth grade curriculum on STAR, they can't really show the growth that other kids can that are behind. So we are addressing that through our math interventionist. We've met with her multiple times now to kind of pick those students out that aren't showing the growth and go, okay, how can we bump this up and start doing some other work with those? With ELA, it's a little bit easier because those standards kind of wrap back around between fifth and sixth grade and fourth and sixth. So that's a little bit easier to target in the classroom. So these two reports look at the same students, but in different ways. All of our students in grades K through 3 are assessed using DIBELS, as well as our read plan students in fourth and fifth grade, which is a state-approved assessment tool for reading. We are actually seeing tremendous growth from our students with DIBELS testing. So that tests the really specific things like fluency and comprehension. It is hard to compare what we see on DIBELS to what we see on STAR because they are two different measures. DIBELS is done one-on-one with the reading interventionist. STAR is done independently on a Chromebook. So you can't really, you know, call apples to apples on this, but it does give us a whole picture when we start looking at that growth proficiency chart, the benchmark reading test, and then we look at the DIBELS or the ESGI. Between both schools, we have 31 read plans. Without having all of the kids tested right now, my reading interventionist has predicted that 3 to 4 of those students will be off read plans, which is huge. And that's what we want to see. It's very similar to having kids on IEPs. The whole intent is to give them support and get them off. And often we don't see kids getting off read plans. So we're really, really excited about that. The other thing we're seeing, just to talk about DIBELS at that first grade, at the beginning of the year, we had 14 out of 19 students at or above, and at the middle of the year, we have 15 out of 19, which doesn't sound like a huge growth, but the shift in the DIBELS test mid-year is huge because now they're reading full passages as first graders. So typically what we see is a decline at that middle of the year test, and then it bumps back up in the spring, but our kids held solid, and we actually had one more student bump up to that above and on grade level. So that's actually really, really good. Second grade with that DIBELS at the beginning of the year, we had 8 out of 22 or above. We have 19 out of 22 or above right now in that DIBELS report. So a lot of growth with those kiddos. Pleasant View's DIBELS testing is done. Kinder maintained their scores, first grade maintained, and there will be one new student put on a read plan in that grade level. Second grade are all of the students there are at above grade level for the DIBELS reporting. So again, good information there. I'm just going to go through and I'll read you grade level and I'll read you the benchmark testing. So this is the testing that the district has set at 50%. So for our kindergarten, they take early literacy, as was mentioned by another principal. There are 18 students tested. 15 of those students are at or above grade level right now. 2 of those students are on watch. However, one of them is at the 49th percentile, so they're just right below that 50th mark. So that'll be, I think, an easy student to kind of bump up. And then we have one student that's been on urgent intervention all year since he tested. We're seeing more and more kids come in that have not been in preschool and really are not kinder ready. And so we've got those kids early on in the RTI process in the fall. This student has been getting interventions. We just created a new plan for him for the spring. So we're hoping to show some movement there. And that was for reading. And again, we don't test for math in kindergarten. First grade for reading, 19 students tested, 13. Oh, sorry, that was, my number was off here. 14 are at or above grade level, 3 on watch, 2 are getting interventions according to the ranking there. The kids that are on watch could possibly be pulled into a reading group already. It just depends on the history that we have with them. The intervention kiddos, we did those groups back fall. So our reading interventionist has already had those groups, and those kids have been getting a good 45 to 60 minutes a day reading intervention. First grade math, we have 20 students test. 18 are at or above grade level, 2 are on watch.
So really good data there with math. That's a tough grade because they're starting to do their addition and subtraction. So glad to see that. We have a couple of grade levels like fifth grade and third grade that test consistently have tested better in math than on reading. So we're addressing that too with more, different reading interventions, but we're seeing that, all the way through. Our math scores are solid. Second grade, 20 students tested, 15 are above, 2 are on watch, 1 intervention, 2 urgent intervention. And this takes into account all of our kids and IEPs and stuff that are receiving specific goal-related interventions. 2 of those students took an early literacy test. So I don't have that reported in here because I just put the regular reading test. Between K and second grade, depending on the student's needs and their level, we can offer them the early literacy versus the reading test. Second grade math. 21 students tested, 14 are at or above, 4 are on watch, 2 interventions, and then 1 urgent intervention. Third grade reading, this is the group that we really are paying attention to. This is the largest group across the district. These are COVID kindergartners that we always refer to. The largest number of students, the most IEPs in that group across the district. 19 students tested, 8 are at or above benchmark, 5 on watch, 2 intervention, 4 intervention. Our at or above did go up by 2 students. Our on watch went up, which is that blue category that we want to go up. So those kids are moving. Math with those students, again, 15 are at or above benchmark. So that group as a whole just trends better and they're stronger with math. 1 on watch, 3 intervention, and 1 urgent intervention. Fourth grade. Reading, 15 students were tested, 11 are at or above, 3 on watch, and 1 in intervention. Fourth grade math, 18 students tested, 15 at or above, 2 on watch, 1 intervention. So again, some real strong math students in both of those groups. Fifth grade reading, 20 students tested, 8 are above, 7 on watch, 2 on intervention, and 4 tested urgent intervention. That group, when we looked at the data with the teacher and the reading interventionist, we've got a couple of kids, I think, that looked through the test. And on the last one, because we're seeing scores in other places really high, so I'm not sure how stable that report is on that. So we will progress monitor those kids before we do parent-teacher conferences again. Reading for that group, 20 students tested, 11 above, 4 on watch, 2 intervention, 3 urgent intervention. Pleasant View. Again, we looked at the growth proficiency charts. I don't have enough data to pull those for K2 right now. 3-5, we were seeing a lot of growth on there. But in terms of the 50th percentile benchmark test, 4 students in kinder, 2 are at or above, 1 on watch, and 1 intervention. That was early literacy. First grade, 5 students tested, 4 reading, 3 are at or above, 2 are on interventions. First grade math, all 5 are at or above grade level. Second grade reading, 3 are above, 2 are on watch. Second grade math, 2 are above, 2 on watch. Third grade again, reading, 4 students tested, 1 above, 1 on watch, 2 urgent intervention. And that is that third grade group that, again, we've been watching for 2 years. So third grade math, out of the 4 that tested, 2 above, 1 on watch, 1 intervention. Fourth grade reading, 5 students, 3 are above, 2 on watch. Fourth grade math, 5 students tested, 3 above, 2 on watch with math also. Fifth grade, reading, 5 students tested, 4 on watch, 1 intervention. So this is a group that we knew last year was really low. We had the CMAS data come back in and we knew that those kids were struggling all year long there. Fifth grade math, and for both areas, 1 above and 4 on watch. So what we're doing to address some of the lower scores with fifth grade at Pleasant View is we have a reading interventionist there who is actually pulling for an hour a day with those kids. So she has a third grade group and then she pulls those fifth grade groups, since those are the 2 targeted groups that are struggling the most. Same with Lewis, our interventionist and our SPED teacher pulls groups all day based on the data.
We came back after Christmas break, re-looked at the middle of the year data that was done, and then tweaked the groups, based on needs. So we were able to exit some kids and then pull some other kids. So the groups do change up, quite a bit. At our last Friday meeting, we spent the first 2 hours going over data again. I have data binders that I handed out to the staff to look at. So they had hard copies, and then they're going to be making student data binders. Good things that came out of that. My guys are pretty well versed with STAR, and that, they just kind of flip and do it and do their data thing. But what came out of that last meeting is I pulled up a couple of different graphs, and they're like, oh, I usually just click on this one and go with the default. I'm like, let's look at this and really get a different view of the kid from here. And again, that's where we pulled a couple of different kids where we're going to run through some GT testing. So it was a really good conversation, I think. Any questions? Overall, I mean, the trend line is growing for both schools, but as with everybody else, we have some of those hot spots that we are addressing.
It sounds like you have a really strong math teacher.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know if it's the teaching or if the kids are just coming in with that aptitude. I mean, sometimes it's, the teaching is definitely solid, but we've got solid reading teachers too. So to see some of those gaps, like our 3rd grade, where the math is scoring higher than the reading, and we know that we've got, solid instruction going on, and both of the interventions are in place. So if we look back at those groups historically, they've tested in kindergarten that way. So it's just, they're just wired,
They know the numbers.
Yeah, they pick up on those patterns a lot easier, and it just makes sense, and they see those relationships between the numbers and the concepts, I think, easier. Any other questions? Do you want me to run these off so you guys have a hard copy, or are you?
Please.
Just for Tom or for everybody?
Give it to Deb and we'll read.
Yes, she can, or she can send it.
That's only one sheet.
All right, and last one is Layman from Mason.
Mine's only one sheet.
Oh.
I'm trying.
Good evening, school board. Thank you for giving us time to present our data to you. Just to let you know, when Mesa first started our beginning of the year testing, we had 332 students test, with the exception of some of our life skill kids. Then in the middle of the year, we had 343. Currently, Mesa is at 412. So we haven't tested some of the new kids coming in. We can have a middle of the year score, but we don't have basically beginning of the year score. Our demographics, we have about 190 kids on read plans out of the 412, and more will be put on due to the deficiencies in reading and kids that haven't been in school for years. We have a few that just joined us at Mesa that hadn't been in school for 2 years.
Oh, my.
And trying to track them down was pretty interesting. But once we tracked them down, we got them back in.
Yeah.
We also are hovering about 25% for IEP students, both for severe needs, deficiencies in math and reading, and also in speech. So we're about 90-ish around there. So we do have a high number of students. We do have dibbles. We are currently in the open window. It closes the 26th. So once we get that data, I can enter this and submit it to you so you can see how we're doing for dibbles. So of course, when you see your reds, you want those to decrease with your yellows, and you want your blues to increase and decrease at the same time, but move over to proficiency. So in 1st grade math, we had a decrease in urgent intervention from beginning of the year of 14% to the middle of the year of 2%. So we had a decrease of 12. So we're seeing great growth in our 1st grade math, and that is really incredible. 34% at the beginning of the year, and that benchmark and above to 54%, an increase of 20% dial points, and that's just amazing. So our teachers are working hard. In 2nd grade, we had in math, we had in strategic, we decreased 12% from 26% to 14%, and increased benchmark and above students from 35 to 44%, increase of 9%. In this grade and in 1st grade, we did have 2 teachers leave at mid-semester, and we replaced them with long-term subs. The 2 long-term subs have jumped in and joined our data groups and have jumped in to say, what can I do to make my kids grow? And so it's kind of nice to see that. It's unfortunate that we had to leave, but at the same time, I think it was in the best interest of our students at Mesa to have those two move on. In third grade, we had a decrease in urgent intervention from 24% to 10%. We had a decrease of 14%, which was great. Benchmark and above went from 28% to 53%, an increase of 25%. In fourth grade, decrease in urgent interventions from 45% to 28%, a decrease of 17. We also had an increase in benchmark from 23 to 37%, an increase of 14 percentage points. In fifth grade, decrease in urgent interventions from 33 to 15%, and a decrease of 18 percentage points. And in benchmark and above, we had an increase from 28 to 40%, an increase of 12 percentage points. I can tell you right now, we are a lot stronger in math and in reading. Our interventionists have caught on to that, and we are reorganizing our intervention programs. We're waiting for our DIBELS testing to be completed, and we're hitting grades 3, 4, and 5 because those seem to be the biggest ages or grades that are struggling in ELA. So we're revamping how we're doing things at Mesa. So STAR Math overall, our urgent intervention decreased school-wide from 13 to 28%. School-wide 13% from 28 to 15%. Benchmark and above increased school-wide from 16 percentage points from 29 to 45. So we are seeing the right growth and the right trends that we'd like to see, but our teachers and staff want to see it even better than this. On this past Friday, all our teachers have data binders and they're diving into all the data. And it's incredible to see teachers going, okay, what did you do here? I saw you outscored me. You outscored me here. What can we do? Tell me what you're doing. And they're working together to get our scores up. And I'm going to move over to early literacy in kindergarten. Urgent intervention and strategic intervention decreased from 56% to 27, a decrease of 29 percentage points, which is phenomenal. Benchmark and above increased from 24% to 54%. So a total of 30 points, we went up percentage points. In first grade, urgent intervention decreased from 27 to 7% for a total of 20%. Benchmark and above 14% to 35% for an increase of 21 percentage points. And then in second grade, urgent intervention and strategic decreased from 63% to 46% for a decrease of 17 percentage points. And benchmark and above went from 19 to 25. We only saw an increase of 6%. And my teachers don't think that's good enough. I agree, but they're working hard and meeting daily. Even when we were in the snow day, hey, teachers call me, why are you at school today? I need to get stuff ready for my kiddos. So please be careful on your drive. And she was, but that's the kind of dedication I have on my staff. On reading, we go over to third grade. Urgent intervention and strategic went from a total of 59% to 43% for a decrease of 16 percentage points. Benchmark and above increased from 22 to 25 for an increase of 3%. My third grade teachers weren't happy, and those were the teachers that were in Mesa during our snow days, working hard, as well as all our other teachers as well. Even if they weren't at the school, they were still diving into their data. Fourth grade, urgent interventions decreased from 47% to 28% for a decrease of 19 percentage points. Benchmark and above increased from 19 to 22% for an increase of 3%. Urgent, for fifth grade, urgent and above decreased from 34 to 25% for a decrease of 9 percentage points. Watch students increased from 14 to 28. So we're moving in the right direction. But, our goal is to get proficient or above. And overall in reading, we decreased urgent interventions from 37 to 25%, decreased 22%, and which equals a decrease of 22%, increase of benchmark and above from 20 to 32. Is my staff happy with the results? No. And they're in there every day trying to figure out what can we do better to serve our kids. So that's why grades 3, 4, and 5 with the help of our interventionist teams will be organizing it. We're seeing that what we're doing for math is working, and we're seeing great growth there, but we want to see better growth in our ELA. And like I said, once we get our DIBELS reports, I'll send this over to you, Tom, and then you can disseminate it. And folks, you're welcome to come see me anytime. Linda, thank you for coming to our pause meeting. You made an impact in our staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was a pretty good information that you're setting out. And again, my compliments to you and your team there has really played a very good role in safety and also upcoming dates too. I appreciate that. So thank you.
Folks, do you have any questions?
I can real fast. Sure. When is gonna be the next DIBELS testing? You probably said it somewhere.
We're gonna be done by the 26th. Yeah, that'll be the second window.
Okay. I'm just excited to be that growth too, so.
Come by.
Yes.
I'm hoping this will be really good growth. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond.
So, first of all, I'd like to say for the record, what terrible students my principals are, because I gave them 5 minutes and they clearly. No, but really, I think what that is a testament to is the fact that under Mr. Burris's guidance and leadership here, we are moving this district to a data-informed district. We've made attempts at this in the past, but I feel like we're starting to gather the right tools. We're starting to get people's mindsets to a place where the first and foremost thing we look at is the data, and that drives the decisions that we make. And it's not an easy thing. So it's a testament to them as building administrators to get the folks in their buildings to say, hey, this is what's important and this is the way we need to work. So no, I applaud them. I appreciate their information. It's good information. We promised you as a board that we would be providing you this type of information, and that's what we're doing. So I know we are soaked in data, but we're going to spend just a little bit more time on it. Mr. Burris and I are going to kind of go through your data notebooks. Don't worry, we won't go page by page. Because we want to get out of
I
here.
resigned.
Yeah.
But we do want to highlight this, and this is work to keep you guys in the know. This is so that you have as much data as we have, and that if we say, hey, this is what we're doing this in reaction to, you guys can look directly back at your information and find it. So I'll just briefly go through the sections that we highlighted here. First of all, it's divided up by district on the top, and then we go through each school. Some are missing tabs, is that?
Just keep going.
Okay. President Noyes, you were confused for.
No, I'm good.
Okay, but anyhow, so the first tab is going to be district information. And within that, we start with CMAS. And this is nothing new. These are points that you have seen in the past. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time there. We've already looked at those earlier in the year. The next part, and Mr. Burris and I are going to kind of go back and forth on some of this. The next section is some of his data from Dr. Christian Northrop, who he has enlisted to provide us with some analysis of our information. So that's what you're seeing next in the district packet. Followed that by up-to-date STAR information. So that's kind of how the district section is broken down. You've got CMAS, you've got Northrop Analytics, and then STAR data that is our most recent. Then we go into each individual school, starting with MCHS. And this is the only one that's going to look a little different because MCHS has PSAT, SAT versus CMAS for the bulk of their information. So we start with the PSAT, SAT information that we provided you earlier in the year. It gives benchmark scores for each grade level and kind of a breakdown there. Then the next component of that is more work from,
Go down just a little bit, go back to the PSAT data
yeah,
and just tell us what to look for. Like the district, 164 kids took the PSAT, 19% met both of the language arts and math, and 48% met none, right?
correct.
Okay, and down below, Montezuma-Cortez High School, 21% met both, 44% didn't meet either. And Southwest is listed on that too, but that's how you read this.
Right.
Okay, good. Just highlighting just a little.
Yeah. And also the nice thing about the PSAT, SAT information is you also have state data in there as well. That gives us a comparison, at least on some of these, that kind of lets us know how we're doing compared to the state.
The next one is PSAT, since I asked you for this one. Christian did this one for me, PSAT grade comparison. And so what I asked the question was, if a kid takes a PSAT test and scores proficient, how did they score in class? And vice versa. And so I should have run this off in color. I should have redone it, sorry. So the yes, they met on, if you go to the very first one, yes, they met. No is the dark one, no, they did not meet. And then if you go to the left, I started with the circle first. If you go to the left, you see that one kid was yes, and he made an A. That makes sense. But if you go to the Fs, we had 23 kids who did not perform proficient and did not, and they did get Fs, but we had 15 that performed proficient. So that's going, okay, how come a kid can perform proficient but not perform in class? He didn't do his homework, let's say. Or, there are other factors. So as you go through this, and again, I apologize. In fact, I think I'll just redo these for you and I'll get them in color because you can see them a lot better. And
Now then, is this in the sheet you gave us last time?
this is I'm sorry, yes. This is last spring's data.
Okay, but is it the packet you gave us at our work session?
No,
Okay,
this one is the one I was waiting on.
okay,
I gave you the ones for 3-8.
okay.
I'm looking, Jim, that's right, correct. And then this is the one that compares the PSAT data and ACT data to the performance in the classroom. So this is a tool for Emily that she can take this and go, because you've got the name of the teacher up there, you know what's going on. Teachers who have mixed classes, you'll see some 10th grade, the cut score is 430, 9th grade, the cut score is 410. And you can see how many of those kids perform proficient versus not proficient and what their grades were. So Emily can take this, go to the teacher and go, okay, here's what your data says for the PSAT score and SAT. So again, I'll get you this one, we'll replace it. It was my mess up today because I didn't print it in color.
I can probably get by with mine.
Yeah, I would.
Yes, no, maybe. The yes, no makes
Okay.
it's hard for my eyes to see it.
Have glasses.
This is interesting. This is a lack of motivation
Well, I do think,
in the classroom.
yeah,
Yeah,
and some really telling information too, is just even that data at the very bottom. It gives you your mean, your max and your minimum. I mean, that's very interesting to know as well, because, some other data that you've had from Dr. Northrup will kind of give you a cut line as well that, tells you what grade level is. And to see that we had students that had a minimum score of 240 and a max of 570, it's like, I mean, that's just that's a big curve there that we're looking at. So, and I think Ms. Moreland talked about grades and grading as well when she spoke. So there's a lot that we can take from this data that will help us move along for sure. So you're going to see throughout that section is pretty rich with information. And to the point is, it also breaks it down. These are individual class data. So it's very specific to a particular group. So that's something, so you can really kind of dig into the nitty gritty of some of that information. So not to distract you from this, because I know it's very compelling. But right behind that section, we also have another section that's got kind of scatter plots, if you will. They look like this. They're in different colors, but this is also a grade comparison versus PSAT, SAT performance. So, and basically what you're looking for here, you could divide this up essentially into quadrants as well, similar to something that Mrs. Sock was talking about with elementary kids, where you have, high performing and high PSAT, SAT, high performing, low SAT, PSAT, low SAT, low performing, etc. So it could be divided up into those 4 quadrants, and you could see how each of the students is kind of performing in that regard. And it just kind of gives you just another visual tool to look at how the grade distribution takes place in relation to PSAT and SAT scores. Then behind that again, for the high school is their current STAR information, some of which Ms. Moreland shared with us, but also another look for you guys to have check through that and just kind of see where kids perform. As we move on through the book, obviously our next group is for our middle school, and I don't know. I got a little out of order there, I guess, in the middle school, but the top one is again, Northrop Analytics Solutions information, followed by CMAS scores. I had that the other way around, CMAS on top before, but basically it's the same data as we've looked at. So you can kind of go through that at your leisure as you choose. It's like I said, very rich information. And then we kind of go through our elementary schools with kind of the same format of CMAS on top, and STAR is the next set of data following it. After CMAS, we do have, again, more of our Northrop Analytics Solutions information. This is the data that's with the box plots that Mr. Bruce went over with you guys earlier. I guess it was last year now. That's great. That information, and that breaks it down to class level as well. So very telling just about those, those 25% brackets of where kids are falling and where they are in relation to the expected score of 750 or whatever it is. So that's kind of the construct of your data notebook. That's how it's broken down. We will be probably asking for you to give those back to us from time to time so we can refresh them with some more information, because clearly you don't have enough right. But again, all in an effort to be a data-rich district, driving our decisions, helping us move these kids, because we don't measure it, then we don't value it. And I think we're at a place where we want to change that and value everything that we're doing. So
absolutely. Let me throw just a couple of things here. Do understand that coming out of COVID, and I'm certainly glad I wasn't a superintendent then. COVID was a no win. But coming out of COVID, we've almost reset the whole program. So this is benchmark data. And we will go forward with it, and we'll see where we are at the end of this year. And hopefully, and you guys have done super. Sense of urgency, we've got to move things. And so this is the way to do it. If we're doing this with our evaluations, And you know very well, what am I gonna ask you when you're evaluating? There's not a surprise. So, how are you doing this and so forth. So it's really important that we understand where the data comes from and that we do not use it as an axe or a hammer or whatever. I told you this before when I was in the other state. The secretary was going to not renew licensing for teachers who didn't perform proficient. And or were in the lowest category. And I had called her up in my facetious way and I said, you know what, I'd rather be 75 teachers down rather than 65 teachers down because I'm going to lose 10. And she goes, oh, we're going to work with it. And that's what we're going to do. This defines who we need to work with the most. We're an instructional partner. We're not, goes away from, and you've heard me say this, we're not instructional leaders anymore. We're instructional partners. It's part of our deal to help all teachers to achieve with their kids. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so, that's basically what I have. There's a couple other things in the report. If you have questions about them, I'm certainly happy to answer them, but I feel like I've taken enough of your time already.
It's all shared with the CDE and stuff that we're working with too, as far as for the schools and stuff.
If needs be, they haven't requested any of this data from us at this time. This is our initiative. This is us deciding what's important and really making it a priority.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parr.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, all right. Executive Director, Human Resource Report, Ms. Eldridge.
Good evening, board. President Noy, Superintendent. Welcome, new board member Linda Wall, the Montezuma-Cortez School District. You have received my report and all of the attachments. And there are a few items I would like to address. First of all, I would like to welcome Chris Stevens to the board meeting tonight. We're not going to review insurance in any way, shape, or form as far as the detailed aspects that we have in the past, but Mr. Stevens is attending our meeting and is available for any questions if you might have. So the first item that I would like to address is the opt-out that the district decided to do for the family paid medical leave. Registration to opt out has been confirmed with the state of Colorado. All aspects have been completed. Also attached to my report, you received a settlement agreement that USI's legal counsel has made with Copper Point and a claimant for workers' comp claim. We did provide a settlement and closed out that case. The settlement agreement is attached to this report for your review. I want to skip down to the Copper Point Insurance Company's claim representative for Montezuma-Cortez School District. RE1 conducted a risk assessment back in November 17th. They found several items that needed to be corrected as soon as possible. And our maintenance director, Ray Lopez, and his staff have completed several of those items and provided a completed sheet to the risk assessment. We do have a few left on the list. However, the increased amount of weather and snow that we have has taken them off schedule. So they're working diligently to finalize all of those items that were addressed and identified. Chris, who I said is here, is scheduling meetings for our implementation team from Anthem. Blue Cross Blue Shield, and then the brokerage team will be meeting over the next several weeks with different groups within Anthem to finalize the process of the implementation of the change over from EBMS to Anthem. I think that it's been quite successful. I know that Sonia Burns with Anthem and Chris himself have really helped in the process. Right now, we're addressing communication to all of our employees and sending out information regarding the wellness program, the employee assistance program, proximal, the, how would you say that? It's the option to be notified of the best available provider within the state. We've added proximal services. I think that was explained to you previously in regards to any of the staff who are planning on having any kind of services in stay hospital services, surgery or cancer treatment. They can contact Proximal, who will give a preferred provider. If they go to that provider, Proximal will pay the employee $1,500. If they don't go to the provider, they'll still pay them $300. So it's a incentive to use the best provider under Anthem in order to save money. So we're expanding the communication and the education of all of these services of Anthem and our other like, for example, the dental and the vision and the EPA. So we'll be reaching out and providing education materials for all of the employees to know what to do in order to tap into those coverages. I have attached into my report the exit survey results from the last quarter. If you've had the opportunity to review those surveys are kept confidential, so I'm not going to review those. I just want to make sure that you read them. If you have any questions, to contact me outside of the board meeting. Superintendent Burris addressed the Colorado Health Foundation information regarding the new playground equipment and how he is handling that. We did have a site tour with our program officer at Mesa and at Kemper. A copy of the grant application for that program is attached to my report. If you'd like to review the information contained in that application. Lastly, I've attached a listing of all current openings. As you can count, we have a total of 26 available positions open that include support staff. 11 of those positions are certified teaching positions. 4 are interventions. 7 are in classroom teachers that are being covered with long-term subs. So out of our nearly 250 teachers, we have 11 openings for certified teachers. We are making progress. As you can see on the consent calendar, our employment this month is, the list is longer than the resignations or the retirement. So we are making progress. And if you review the exit surveys, you can get a little bit better idea of why people are leaving or if there's issues. So you have any questions from me at this time?
So you don't want anything with the exit surveys in? I mean, like general.
Well, I've given you copies of
No, I
them.
know, I mean, but you said you wanted us to deal with you later, not here? Okay.
Those exit surveys are confidential, so that's. If you have questions, please contact me.
Mine was sort of general questions, I mean, but. I
We
don't know
can,
if
you can
that's- I
ask,
don't know
and
if
I'll
that's-
let you know if I can
It just seemed-
discuss it.
In the ones that were there, and that's a pretty small pool, I mean, it was a very small pool. teachers versus classified seemed like it was a big difference to me. A lot of negativity on one side and a lot of positive.
Classified staff,
On the other side.
seem will definitely exit. There's a bigger turnover for classified staff, specifically paraprofessionals, custodial, maintenance, and food services. That group and pool, there is a much higher turnover rate, and their salaries are lower. Their training is less, and you can tell by the surveys that they feel less supported. As far as the teachers go, there's, generalized reasons they're moving, or they've been offered a different position, making more money. And also, we contact every single person that leaves, and those that I've provided are the ones that have responded. It's not required, it's suggested or requested, and therefore we normally get the ones who have the most to say. Any other questions?
No.
I guaranteed I could keep it short.
Okay. Board reports. Any board reports at this time? If we did, we probably thought we might just save it for the work session.
Rural roundtables are coming up, starting next week, if
Yes.
anybody wants to get signed up for those.
I was supposed to be at a Cassie retreat tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, but due to roads, I'm not gonna make it.
It's not thinking clearly tonight. So.
No citizens wanting to talk.
Okay, do we have anybody, any citizens?
No.
Okay. Then I'm going to have us take just a short little break. It is Lane's birthday today. We are keeping him home. We're keeping him at a meeting instead of
Nowhere else
home.
I'd rather be.
Yeah.
Nice to have-
Have cake over here.
I know, I put those smileys.
You're still, I'll live the fall.
With the,
Yep.
okay,
Except for what did you say the times?
9:29.
Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Madam President, I recommend we approve the consent calendar as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Who made the motion?
Ed,
And who seconded?
Sherry.
Thank you. I did want to let you know that HR informed me that they didn't have a list of move on the board, but they had forgotten to submit it in time. So you guys will see that next month, even though it happened recently. And the voting's available.
You need
Art, have
to,
you placed your vote?
yes, sir. Yeah.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, action item B, the Laura Foundation donation for special education training.
This is what I talked about in my report. I recommend that we approve the foundation donation from the Lower Foundation.
Donation funded.
Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the Lore Foundation donation.
Second.
It's just fun.
This is really cool.
Thank you. I'm gonna videotape it, so if you're not gonna get there.
Yes, thank goodness.
Is that right?
It's Friday.
Okay. The, oh, did you get all your?
I'm waiting on this side. Oh, Mr. Wall. It's waiting this way. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, action item C, the Pleasant View contract.
Madam President, I'd like to pull this item. I had sent this contract to Brad Miller. And he said it substantially was good, but it still has a few.
Grammatical type of errors that need to just make sure that we're, that
Um.
us and Pleasant View Charter School both agree on the language on a couple items.
So I'll bring it back to you at the next board meeting.
Okay.
But they
Okay,
did receive the contract. I mean, they did, they received their, they got their grant.
They did get the grant.
Gone. Okay.
okay. Yeah, action item D, a donation to the MCHS from the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe Farm and Ranch Enterprise and Bow and Arrow brand, in the amount of $3,000.
Madam President, I recommend that we accept this donation from the Bow and Arrow brand. Eric, thank you very much. We appreciate you guys.
Okay, now, can I say?
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Also on behalf of the New Mountain Farm and Ranch Enterprise, Brand. He was in extracurricular activities within Montezuma-Cortez High School. He used to be, we wanted to be part of it. Again, at one time, I used to be on the board. But again, it's one of the things that you don't want to do because it kind of. One of the things that kind of hits funny. We're able to go ahead and kind of make that donation to the district. Or to working with the students and students with out there. We have several that do work for us in both companies that have been students in the district. So again, it's one of the ones that from the tribe, that you might need tribe, want to go ahead and make that contribution. Hang that banner problem. We got the banners made. We needed to go about the right way. So we talked about with the assistant principal of the high school, Mrs. White. It's funny, Mrs. White talking to Mr. White, so it was kind of neat. Again, so then also what we wanted to go ahead and do is have that count, but I noticed that when we've been to a football game, one time, not the playoffs, but it was really exciting. Good, went to a basketball game, the Brandwood Demons and the high school boys, great game, fun. Again, I'm not so much involved in the district as much because my grandkid is not here. They're down in New Mexico, so we're in a different area. But we want to be part of that because we are part of the community. We have a high grade Bow and Arrow brand formula. And again, also with that, I want that donate money to the culinary class within the high school, I don't know if they do
Perfect.
that or not, but this is high grade or not high grade, but very good quality. Bone brand that's planted, grown, raised and processed and packaged right here on the elevation down here. You might be right. Again, I don't know how many have utilized it or had parts of it with it, but I can tell you it's done really, really well. And this is just going to be a small contribution. We want to have that ongoing. So further that we go ahead and make that. But again, we want to be partners with the district and Montezuma-Cortez High School because again, we're looking to have to grow some of the students out of utilize because we'd like to have them grow into us too. So I mean, education and learning your trade or other parts is vital to the community, but also makes a big impact to the economic vitality of the Montezuma County. So there's whoever wants to take that or walk with it,
I've got to tell you, Eric, that that's the only formula I use.
and there's so
Yes.
there's a neat little story behind each one of them, but again, we've been all over the country pretty much. We've been to Hawaii with it, but far as overseas and into Europe. I know my nephew was stationed up in New York and he's got some of that, but we've gotten online sales. So again, it's grown, it's set itself above a lot. But what we never work on with is the quality of what we do. Again, so enjoy what it is. Also, I want to congratulate Linda on the appointment to the board. Great job. And I look forward to you guys working together and seeing how that kind of comes about. I know being with the district and seeing the parts and seeing the different extracurricular activities. I can remember when our daughter was in school, we went up to the state basketball tournament when they won state. A long time ago. That was a long time ago. Again, you see that participation and pride within the district and the student body. You see that kind of fade away. Again, at different parts, I've been at different things. I've seen Mr. Rice at a different conference out there. Again, before Congress, you're everywhere. Again, this is what we kind of do, but also this is our small little part. If you hold that banner proudly, I know it could be just kind of sloped over, but I'd like to see that stuck out. I would have brought it with you, but it's already at the high school. Again, that's why I have two of them, one to be indoors, the other one outdoors. Again, but anything we can kind of work with, any students or somewhere there with the ag community, if they want to kind of come down. It's going to be, hopefully, if the weather continues, it's going to be a busy year.
Yes.
And we all need that. So again, this is parts of that. We're trying to grow our own, but also with that, we'd like to have that come out of the school. That's why I have.
Mr. White, thank you
Yes,
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much. Appreciate that.
You don't mind if I scoot that?
No, you go right ahead. Be safe from home. Thank you.
Need a motion.
I'll make the motion to accept this donation from the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe Farm and Ranch.
I second. I'll second it.
No, Jeanette, second.
Oh, okay, good. Online voting is available. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Again, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Take care.
Okay, action item E, the Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 2022-23 final budget.
Madam President, I recommend that we accept the 2022-23 final budget as presented.
Make a motion to accept it. Do we need to have that resolution read?
Yeah, I can read them. See here.
We do need a second.
I'll second.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and read the appropriation resolution. Be it resolved by the Board of Education of Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 in Montezuma County that the amount shown in the following schedule be appropriated each month as specified in the budget fiscal year beginning July 1, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. General fund, $19,895,619.25. Technology fund, $285,000. People activity fund, $741,105. Insurance reserve fund, $256,548. The preschool fund, $724,904.54. Our special revenue fund, we have a food service fund at $1,164,000. We have governmental designated purpose grant funds in an amount of $13,529,576.70. People activity special revenue fund of $350,000. Bond redemption fund of $1,410,508. Capital reserve capital projects fund at $2,822,566.57. Risk related activity funds, $3,502,000. $502,168 for a total appropriation of $44,681,996.06. Adopted this Thursday, January 19th, 2023.
Are you going to correct the date?
Right, and then the next is a resolution to use beginning fund balance fiscal year 2022-23. Whereas CRS 22-44-105 states that a budget duly adopted pursuant to this article shall not provide for expenditures, interfund transfers, or reserves in excess of available revenues or beginning fund balance. Or the Board of Education may authorize the use of a portion of beginning fund balance in the budget, stating the amount to be used, the purpose for which expenditure is needed, and the district's plan to ensure that the use of beginning fund balance will not lead to an ongoing deficit. Whereas the Board of Education has determined the beginning fund balances in the state of Colorado are sufficient to allow for one-time expenditures, and the action will not produce an ongoing deficit. Now therefore be it resolved in accordance with CRS 22-44-105, the Board of Education authorizes the use of designated amounts of fiscal year 22-23 beginning fund balances for the following funds, and it's the attachment after this. Be it further resolved, the use of these portion of beginning fund balances for the purposes set forth the above not lead to ongoing deficits in funds adopted this Thursday, January 19th, 2023. And the resolution to use beginning fund balances in accordance with CRS 22-44-105. Montezuma-Cortez School District R1 Board of Education authorizes the use of a portion of the fiscal year 22-23 beginning fund balances for the following funds. All right, the first fund will be the technology fund, and this is to spend down the fund balance that's been carried over for 2 or 3 years. Same with the insurance reserve fund. So the technology fund will be an amount of $200,000, and the insurance reserve fund will be an amount of $55,998. And we get down to the special revenue funds. We're looking at the food service special revenue fund. And we're looking at using $119,440. That's based on expenditures being more than revenues for this fiscal year. Move down to capital reserve capital projects fund, reasoning spend down fund balance, and the amount is $1,177,566.57. And then lastly, the risk related activity fund. Again, because expenditures are going to be more than revenues overall for this fiscal year, in the amount of $99,168. Total appropriation to use beginning fund balance $1,652,178.57.
Online voting is available. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Kyle. All right, action item F, policy first readings for JIC student contract, JICA student dress code, JIC student conduct in service or in school vehicles.
No action.
Okay,
First reading.
okay, first reading.
Deb on G, and I've got to apologize just a little bit. Jim, thank you for pulling this book together today. Having 3 days off with the snow put us a little bit behind some things.
Well, I came on too.
All right, thank you. This one, Deb, this is second reading all the way down until distribution and posting of non-materials for first reading.
So what I did here. Oh, yeah, the first reading shouldn't be in there.
So that's just a mistake on.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
an error there. The reason G and H are separated even though they did first reading on the staff dress code, the policy committee asked to pull it back and look at it, and they made one minor change. So I just wanted to make sure you were voting on something that you saw set the change from the first reading. All the others, there's been no change since first reading.
So we don't have to vote on, no, we do have. to vote
We do
on all that.
That's separately.
On just H or G should have been first reading?
Everything in G is for second reading.
Oh, okay, okay.
And it was submitted to you the way you saw it the first time.
Okay, so, Madam President, I recommend that we approve policy second reading, CCA leadership organizational chart, JEB, entrance age requirements, JFE2, delegation of powers of parent and guardian, JFABD, homeless students, JFABDR, homeless students, JFBA, intra-district choice, open enrollment, JFBAR, which is intra-district choice, open enrollment, JFBB, intra-district choice, open enrollment, JFBBR, intra-district choice, open enrollment, JHB truancy, KHC distribution posting of non-curricular materials for second reading, and KHCR distribution posting of non-curricular materials. I recommend we approve all of those.
And do I hear a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve this exactly as Tom stated it.
Thank you.
Second.
A second.
Online voting is available.
Well, wait a minute. I have a discussion, and I don't know where it is, but I read somewhere in here where they were the age for students from kindergarten.
Yeah.
And first grade.
That was in there.
That's the entrance,
Oh,
There we go.
So-
JEB.
JEB entrance age requirements.
I have a problem because the way it reads, if we accept a kindergartner before, you know, say we accept them before the date because we tested them and they're exceptional. Or they're ready, they're kindergarten ready, so we accept them early. But then the way the policy reads for first grade, they can't move into first grade because their birth date's not. Correct. So what do we do? Just say, well, you're in kindergarten another year?
Unfortunately, the state statute's pretty clear about, I'm looking at you guys, help me a little bit. Statute's clear about the birth date and you've got to be that old by that date. So Ellie, my youngest is November 22nd. She didn't make the 6 years old. She had to wait a whole other year. Now she's almost 7 in first grade. And that's the way it works.
But no, what I'm saying is, say little Tom birthday was in November 22nd.
Okay.
And that his mommy wanted him to go to kindergarten early. So she went and petitioned the school and they tested him. And they said, yeah, he's kindergarten ready. So he gets to go to school when he's not quite 5. And so when he passes kindergarten and he goes into first grade, well, he's not quite 6. What happens then? Because he's already gone through kindergarten.
I read that to be if you didn't go to kindergarten and you were first time going into first grade is how I read that, because some kids do not go to kindergarten.
Yeah.
And so I took that as if you didn't, that's how I read that, was if you did not, and if you transferred from the first grade, you could go into that first grade. That's how I read that.
So if the
know.
state says you have to be 6 years old by a certain date and you've already had kindergarten, well, little Tommy's going to do do kindergarten 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some clarity that we need on some of those things, but I would say the other kind of caveat to that is that, like, the age requirement for first grade, that is more about student count than it is about like student readiness. So we do, I mean, I think you see that type of stuff occasionally, where an advanced student does take the test, but they still continue on to first grade after completing kindergarten. I don't know if we've ever like looked at that.
Well, I know that we've been challenged, but we haven't tested them because we didn't know
Right.
what to
But,
do.
but it is in state statute.
Yeah.
That's something we need to provide, so I don't think like, I mean, I think there's some semantics there that we probably want to clear up. Because I don't know that we would ever hold a student out of first grade just because they were 6 years old by August 1st or whatever the date is. I mean, that.
If they'd already been through the kindergarten.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
And to me, I mean, that's what I would read that is if a student is enrolling in first grade, I take that maybe they didn't go through kindergarten, so they're enrolling as a new student.
Which one is that?
But JEB,
J-Bob?
it's the very first page. So I think in that second paragraph, it says that they can be accepted if they're transferring from first grade in another school. And then just need to expand on that paragraph and say, or if they have been tested and submitted early as an early.
Or completed their kindergarten year.
Yeah.
Because our kindergarten, I mean, say they went to Kemper and had a kindergarten and they're going to Kemper first grade, so they're not in another school. I just think that we need to get our semantics down correctly. Because this could come back to bite us.
Yeah, I think that's worthy of clarification.
Pull that one out.
I would like to pull it and have it come back
Can.
when it's clear.
How do I pull that since it's already been, we've already got it on the floor?
We've got a motion on the floor.
We do and a
Okay,
second.
so just amend the motion to strike JEB from the main motion.
Who made the
That's all we
motion?
need.
Cody?
All right, I would like to amend the motion to strike JEB from the original motion.
Second.
Okay, I'm okay now. I reread it 2 or 3 times and it just,
We have to go on the amendment first.
Yes. Yeah, vote on the amendment first. But I don't know if she's got that set up though to where we can do that online.
No.
I
can take it.
It's weird. So we're voting on the motion first.
the
The
Amendment.
amendment first and then the main motion. Yeah, then you still vote on the motions and we're still gonna accept the reading.
Online, it'll only let me do one vote.
That's what I figured you had, so.
Yeah. We can call it out. But I don't have you written down alphabetically. Wells,
Aye.
Rice,
Everybody understands we're just voting on the amendment. So
right?
Aye.
Noise,
Aye.
Hart,
Aye.
Frazier,
aye.
Wall.
Aye.
Okay,
So now we vote on the main motion as amended.
online voting is available. Do you guys see the online voting?
No, I
No,
don't
it's
know.
not on.
Not seeing it.
Maybe you can't see that second motion. Okay, let's just go through them again. Wait, I'll call them off. Wells,
Aye.
Rice,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Noise,
Aye.
Hart. Aye. Frazier,
Aye.
Wall.
Aye.
Thank you. I'll correct it in the meetings.
Okay, thank you, Deb. Okay, action item H, policy second reading, GBEBA staff dress code.
Madam President, I recommend that we approve the staff dress code policy as written.
I make a motion that we accept for second reading GBEBA staff dress code.
I said that.
Online voting is now available. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
I adjourned this meeting at 9:54. Before I